And I call the public hearing of SB 151 open and invite the sponsor to come forward and introduce the bill. Who's the Senator Abbas? The honoree is killing me. He should. You want to introduce it? Yeah. Yeah. He's gonna. Would you like to? Then you may.
Thank you, Chairman Roy and members of the Criminal Justice Committee. My name is Richard LaSalle. I represent Litchfield, the great town of Litchfield, and I'm happy to present this bill since I have a personal connection to this. It requires that walking disability placards contain certain driver's license information and creates a penalty for a disabled driver who parks in a restricted parking place without displaying their placard. And it also increases fines for parking in restricted places without a placard. This bill also makes the display a counterfeit, fraudulent, or other unofficial walking disability placards while parked in a properly designated parking space reserved for individuals with walking disabilities. So, as a person who has one of these placards, I can tell you that whenever I see a person parking at Walmart or whatever, parking in a disabled spot, getting out with tennis shoes and tennis shorts and running into Walmart, it kind of makes my blood boil. So I very much am in favor of this, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Do you know, and I know this is tough because you're not a sponsor, but do you know anything with regard to what driver's license information is going to be?
I don't, but we have to have some way, you know, Grandma has a placard. It's just before Christmas. We know parking's going to be a problem. So, Grandma, can I borrow your placard so I can go to Walmart? We have to put a stop to that. And I don't, the only problem that I can see with this is we can very easily make it personal, but who's going to enforce it? You know, that's the problem. If we came up with a way of enforcing it, because the businesses are reluctant to do that, and so to me that's the only issue. We like, for instance, I don't always use my placard because I have a disabled veteran plate. I'm not sure what the law is. I've been told by some people that I should still display the placard, even though I have a disabled plate. So I don't know.
I'm eligible for the plate, and I do have a placard. And since I have my state plates, I don't use the disabled plates, so I use the placard. But I also have an 18-year-old, now he's 20-year-old son who said, "Hey, Dad, I'm going to Hampton. Can I get the placard?" And I said, "No." And here's why: because someone who needs to get out of that car and can't because your healthy butt one doesn't want to park down the street. So I totally agree with the concept behind this bill, and I just wish I could get some more information, because what I would not be in favor of is someone's private information that anyone going by could get and use to access and get their stuff. Representative Scheer has a question.
As also being one who has a placard, I believe there is a number on the placard,
Yes.
and I think, such as it is, that may well be identified. I assume you can track the number and find out who's in possession of it, which.
I think that's the point of the number, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not sure.
Chairman Roy,
Yes, sir.
I did see
see
Senator
him too.
Abbas.
Or his representative,
Well,
or is the actual senator?
the actual senator in
Wow.
person was right outside.
Okay. Well,
He was, I don't, but
what's that? Yeah. Where's Linda? Why don't you hold your question until the senator comes in? Are you going to go see if he wants to join us?
Mr. Chair, I sent him a text, and he said he has nothing in his calendar. I don't think he knows about this.
Well,
hearing.
I think someone just saw him walk by. So
Yeah, he just texted me back.
yeah. Well, tell him, ask him if he'd mind joining us. if
Nothing
he-
in my calendar. Okay. Okay. So,
you're kidding.
I'll let you know.
So my question is, can you challenge somebody on that? Because I always heard that you couldn't even ask them anything.
Well, I think the enforcement of that, I would hate to see someone get into trouble legally by challenging, because I've challenged people before, and you know, they give me the one finger salute and go on, and you know, pushing my chariot, I'm not able to chase them. So
I think the law enforcement would be able to, if law enforcement could scan this thing somehow and know who it's supposed to be, and the person comes back and they just simply say, may I see your license, please, to check this, and it turns out it's not the person, they can issue a ticket. Yeah.
I hear
Voices?
voices in the back that they may be more qualified to answer these questions than I.
And we
But
would be happy to hear from them.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I just say something?
You may.
So for those of you, I know it doesn't look like I have any reason to have a handicap placard, but I do. And I could be that person that, you know, running into Walmart, fine, it's the coming out. But I will say, when you are issued it, you go to the DMV, you sign your form, and right on that form, you are agreeing that if it is for you, but you're being dropped off, the person doesn't sit and wait in a handicapped spot, right? You're not allowed to do that. And it also says that if if you clearly aren't the one using it, like if I'm driving, but my husband went into the store, I've agreed not to sit in the park just because I'm the one in the vehicle. So there are laws surrounding it that you agree to when you are given it. So all of these questions that are answered, the people that have the placard agreed to all of that when they were issued the placard.
Thank you. The chair calls Ms. Sims.
Good morning, committee. My name is Melinda Sims, and I'm the advocacy coordinator for United Spinal Association. I'm here and on behalf of the United Spinal Association, and also as a woman in a power chair who lives with this problem every day. We at United Spinal have been working with several federal agencies and local agencies doing studies for the last 3 years, so we're very familiar with a lot of your questions. So the committee has done, United Spinal conditionally supports SB 151 with critical amendments for it to be truly effective. The committee has done really good work on these amendments. The $1,000 fine for fraud placards, applying the bill to public and private property, and removing personal information requirements were the right calls. We thank the committee for these improvements. There are 3 critical amendments still needed, though. United Spinal's 3-year research with the International Parking Institute proves it's not how big the fine is, it's whether they think they'll get caught. So Illinois has created an example. Illinois has created an enforcement system and achieved 65% violation reduction. States that raised only their fines only saw a 12% reduction. So there's a big difference between the numbers. We are asking that you add the words expired and altered in any manner to the fraud language in the amendments. We also ask that you dedicate 15 to 20% of the penalty revenue to infrastructure maintenance and improvements, not just to the PD, because the PD is having trouble enforcing these laws. We are also asking that you add immediate towing authority for all appropriate entities when enforcement can't respond within 30 minutes, with immunity from liability when acting in good faith. Now, I'm giving you the brief oral version. I gave you more details in your packet. Why does this matter? On a personal note, I've been stranded multiple times because someone parked illegally and blocked access to my vehicle. And once during a snowstorm, I even called the police. They never responded. As a woman in a wheelchair, I'm vulnerable in ways that might not be obvious. I can't run away. I can't seek shelter quickly. And I can't get help fast in an emergency. So this isn't about convenience, it's about safety and whether I can live independently. I'm asking for equal access to public spaces that I have every right to use. These amendments help people with disabilities, they help our business owners, and it helps the police while creating a system that actually works. This could make New Hampshire a model for the best practices where accessibility works in the real world. Thank you for listening, and I hope the amendments will be considered. Any questions?
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you for the work you do. I have something called adhesive arachnoiditis, and it's a spinal condition that my future probably is going to be a chair like that.
Yeah.
So I really do empathize with this situation. How did the Senate receive your suggestions for these amendments? What was their pushback, if you recall?
They went right over it.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Lascelles.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for the work that you do for all of us. You mentioned Illinois. Do you know the particulars of how they achieved such good results?
Oh, absolutely. Illinois is the poster child for accessible parking. They have a 2-tier system, and it has been adopted by several states. And I'm also on the commissioner's committee. It's a special task force for accessible parking, and we're looking into that system now. So you can go online and that whole two-tier system is in there. It's fabulous. They have changed their placards to be more concise. They've got a hologram on it so that it can't be copied, just like our IDs for New Hampshire. There's a lot of differences that they've made to make that 65%. Thank you.
I think the idea of on these handicapped only, if there was an addition to that sign that says your car will be towed, I think that would make a big difference, because these towing companies then would be in cahoots with the police, and if they see somebody that's illegal, boom, they can tow them.
Would you believe that?
The problem, one is we have to have it in the bill, and that's what I'm asking, that we have the towing in the bill, because without that, it doesn't give the police the tools that they need to be able to do that. But we also need to provide those tools to us when we're out there in the middle of a snowstorm and no one's responding because they're off on a murder case or something, they can't respond to us. So we have to have something that supports us too. To answer your question about the placards, how does someone know about that? Why? It was suggested that you put your picture on it. Some of the states have done that, but they were sued for that because you might have a woman that is in an abusive relationship and the guy will hunt her down with that picture. So we contacted DMV. The Governor's Commission spoke with the DMV. They said that the number that's on there, the police can put that into their program. They have a spots program. They put that in and they could tell who the placard is owned by. So we've come a long way on that.
So there'd be no personal identifiable information that some stranger could get.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Representative Scher has a question.
Do you know, in Portsmouth, I don't know if it's a state requirement or a city ordinance, but if you run a business there and you have parking, you need to have a certain number of parking spaces, and a certain number of them need to be identified as handicapped depending on the size of your business. Do you know who is responsible for the upkeep of the handicap logo on the parking spot? Is that the business or somebody, or is it the city?
It depends on whether the parking area is public or private. If it's private, then whoever the business that owns that parking lot is responsible.
So like Walmart would be responsible?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Now, on the signage, there needs to be an update on the signage, and that's why we are saying this dedicate 15 to 20%, because like my van has a side lift. It's a very large van, and if it says van only, I typically see these tiny little vans that don't have a lift, that they just jump out in their chair on the side. And so now I have to keep driving around the parking lots for an hour or so until that space reopens. So van only parking with van only with a lift would be very helpful.
I believe most of them don't even say van only. They just say van accessible. So that
Correct.
leaves you the choice of, well, I guess I could take it. It doesn't say only. So agreed. Further questions? Representative Paquette.
Thank you for taking my question. I was just wondering if there's any communication, cooperation with some of these like delivery companies, because they have to sign, if you sign up for them, you have to, sign a contract. I've never seen it or read it or anything, but they seem to be, a pretty big culprit in this problem because, I'm only running in for a minute. But, if that's a minute that somebody needs to get to where they are, then that's problematic. So I just didn't know if there's any cooperation from Uber Eats and DoorDash and all those things.
That's an excellent question. The problem that we've encountered, and I don't know if you heard about the Tuscan Village incident in Salem, that was exactly what happened. UPS came in, they took a parking space. A mom and her son needed the parking space, and they took an hour unloading, and the police officer was there and never did anything about it. And not to put the police officer under the bus, it's just that he didn't have the tools to be able to do something about it because it was a private parking lot. And so if you make these adjustments, it gives them the tools to be able to say, hey, if you don't move this truck, I'm going to tow you. So
And
Thank you.
people's boxes are going
Thank
to
you.
end up everywhere. Further questions? Yes, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I apologize if you already addressed this, but you were talking about Illinois increasing the enforcement and that kind of being the key piece. Is that the towing element that you're talking about, or are there other enforcement pieces that they have in play?
there's a whole lot of pieces that are put into play. You have to have certain bills. You have to have the law enforcement on board. You have to have the DMV on board, and that's where you probably are not aware, but the governor's committee, the special committee for accessible parking, is working behind the scenes trying to bring those entities together and get communication to show them that there is a problem and that we need to work together.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you for coming today and giving us this information.
My
And I appreciate the
pleasure.
work
Thank
you do. The chair calls Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Grant Bossy. I'm the Deputy Chief of Staff for the New Hampshire Senate. And since I'm here to introduce the following two bills, Senator Abbas asked me to convey some thoughts. First of all, he apologizes for not being here. He didn't see the second committee referral, and so this just wasn't on his calendar at all. He supports ought to pass. He supports the amendment from the House Transportation Committee and asks for your consideration in that. He says he was personally embarrassed that he wasn't aware that this was such a problem until it was brought to his attention. The frequency of violations of unauthorized vehicles parking in handicapped spaces is alarming. Also, enforcement is a problem because local police don't want to tow vehicles because often the vehicle is authorized to park in a handicapped spot, but the driver forgot to put the placard up on the windshield. This bill increases the fine from $250 to $500, and importantly, it also increases the split between the state and the municipalities from 80-20 to 50-50, giving local police a greater incentive to enforce these laws. There's no rational excuse to violate this law. You have adults in wheelchairs who can't park because they need the space to get out of the vehicle, and an able-bodied driver is taking up that space. He thanks you for your consideration, and if you have questions, I will be sure to get you an answer, but I am not a subject matter expert.
Well, the particular bus that's driving over you right now, Mr. Senator Abbas is driving. So but I have a few questions.
Fair enough.
So with regard to the amendments that the Spinal Association is requesting, let's see, does he have an objection to the first one, add expired or altered in any manner to the fraud language?
All I can say is that I know these amendments were considered in the Senate Transportation Committee. I can't speak for Senator Abbas, but the Senate Transportation Committee thought that this bill would be a good first step and that any additional amendments might be considered in later legislation.
Okay. So that's going to be your answer pretty much to all those?
It'd be remarkably similar.
Yeah, okay. And also, well, I'm going to ask anyway. The 15-20% revenue for infrastructure maintenance improvements, that seems to me pretty logical because as we've heard, there's no upkeep of a lot of these. You can't read the handicap on the ground anymore. And if someone's responsible for, especially a municipality, for keeping that up, we're already making it hard on municipalities. I don't want to make it harder. So I don't see why we couldn't put some money towards dedicating that. If you could just ask. we could find out before we exec this afternoon, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. I know there are concerns about setting up new dedicated funds to have the state, then would the state be paying for municipal improvements on, say, a town road, Elm Street in Manchester? Would it be paying for the private spaces at a Walmart or a Shaw's?
Yeah, I would say it
Yeah.
would only be municipalities, private. If a private entity decides to open business, that's the cost of doing business.
So this would be taking from the state 50%
Well,
split?
yeah.
Without seeing the details of the amendment, I couldn't comment for Senator Abbas.
Okay, I would just ask that you ask him
Yep.
his thoughts on
Okay.
possible. And with regard to the towing, I agree that that's an expense. If it's a handicapped person who really did forget to put their placard up there, costing them an additional $500 for a tow is a lot of money to ask. But what if the vehicle has been there for an extended period of time? I mean, I'm trying to. At some point, we have to put teeth in things, and a tow. What about repeat offenders? Ask him about repeat offenders, and let me know what he thinks about that. So, if Spot says this person's been ticketed in the last year, for example, for parking handicapped spots, can they be towed? Would that be acceptable?
So the police officer, when they see this, they'd put the ticket on, they'd run the plate and say, oh, this person's gotten 3 of these in the last year.
Yeah, and
Call the tow truck.
and they're not really handicapped. Because a handicapped person can also have ADHD.
Yep.
And never forget to put that thing up. And I
Yep.
don't want to tow them ever.
I know a lot of the discussion on the floor, Senator Gray pulled this on consent. He was concerned originally to set up a separate violation, a much smaller fine for forgetting to put up your placard.
Yeah.
The practice is, hey, I'm sorry, I forgot to put up my placard. You bring it in, you show your local police department, they tear up the ticket.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's going to happen in every town in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
The Senator Abbas's concern was to send a message to people, hey, remember to put up your placard, so that we know that people that don't have their placards up are unauthorized to be there.
Yeah.
and
In
we
other
can
words,
take
it's
care of
not
it.
just for you; it's for everybody. Put your placard up.
But Senator Abbas's feeling, and I will get specific. I will try to get you specific answers before this afternoon. His feeling is that doubling the fine up to $500 would send a very strong message to people to not take their chances anymore on using these spaces.
I'll call Daryl when we're done.
Great.
We'll cut the middleman.
I appreciate that.
I know you've got enough to do. And do you know why they came? It's been a practice in New Hampshire. We've gotten away from policing for profit, and this 50% cut to the town. That's a significant amount. I'm wondering where that came from. Can you give me a little background? Or?
I think that was about setting incentives so that local police, knowing that a lot of these would eventually get torn up,
Yeah.
would have skin in the game to say this is worth it. These laws are worth our time enforcing, because we have limited, a lot of priorities for public safety, limited time. Thought this would maybe rebalance that and make it worthwhile for towns to enforce. This wouldn't necessarily be sworn officers. This could be
Parking enforcement.
the parking enforcement.
But what concerned me is when someone said, tow companies policing the lots, calling the police, trying to generate revenue, and I don't know. I just don't like the whole idea of it becoming a business. But I'll talk to
in a private lot, if it's a supermarket, that's up to them. They could call the tow truck anytime they want. That's a private policy. I don't think we can put that in state law.
You're right. Okay, Representative Scheer.
If an amendment is being crafted, I would hope that it would make specific that the 15 to 20% go to municipalities, that they don't not go to private businesses. I'm concerned that if it's written the wrong way, Walmart might say, "Hey, where's our money?" And I don't want that to be the case.
Until Walmart has sufficient people to check me out, they're not getting anything. Representative Newman.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I don't know if they can answer this, or you can maybe get it to Abbas. Can you tell just by the license plate, when they run the license plate, that the person that is registered or has a placard, or
I don't believe so. I believe you have to run the placard number. Do you know the answer?
Well, the problem would be, I've had some experience with this with my parents who have, say, a temporary placard. They might be borrowing my car, and my car is not authorized, but they have the placard that makes it authorized. So what you'd be doing is saying, okay, that plate has had violations in the past. You don't know whether they're authorized necessarily. You do know if somebody driving that particular car has gotten 2 or 3 past violations for illegally using a handicap space.
And just another follow-up. So if you have a license plate that says you're disabled, what happens then when they run that if you don't, you've
think-
forgotten? Do they?
Yeah, I
do they
think
honor the plate?
disabled plate, you don't need a placard. It's
Okay.
it's either or. I don't. If you
Yeah.
have a disabled veteran or a disabled plate, you don't need a placard.
Yeah, the other issue that this bill does not address is able-bodied people using a car with a plate when they themselves don't need it and using the handicap plate anyway. I've had this, and you're not supposed to be using those spaces if you're not the driver that's authorized. That is very hard to enforce. This bill does not get at that.
And I don't think that it should. I mean, at some point, we have to rely on the conscience of human beings. I mean, sometimes I'm having a good day. I might have a little spring in my step, and someone might say, "What are you doing parking there?" And I'll tell them, until either the nerves in your spine start gluing together, you come back and ask me that question. So we need to stay out of people's business. And any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Tell Daryl I'll be calling him shortly. And the chair calls Mr. Sims.
Good morning. My name's Rod Sims. I'm Melinda Sims's caregiver, so I get to see everything on a day-to-day basis, and I'm the guy that's usually trying to figure out where to park and can I drop her off and then go park out, 10, lines back and then come up and wait it and come up and pick her up in a snowstorm and stuff like that because people are parking in places they're not supposed to park. The question was asked about updating signage for parking. I'm from Ohio, and we had a similar thing happen in Ohio. It says handicap parking only, and it didn't say what vehicle or anything else, even though it was obvious that they had intended it for like a large van or a small car or something like that. So it went through the process in Ohio, and they determined that you couldn't fine anybody unless the fine was actually on the sign, and it had to state exactly what vehicle was allowed to park there. So a lot of people think, I'm driving an SUV, that's a van with a side lift. No, it's not. And I've had the same situation happen with me. I've actually got a placard too, that somebody will park in the closest spot to the entrance door to the hospital, and there's really nothing wrong with them. But somebody that's actually in a wheelchair or got to have a closer spot, they are forced to park all the way down the line. So I think if we would actually change the signage and say, this is what should be here, and if you're not driving this, don't park here. We're also talking, my wife and I have spoken to the License Bureau, and we would like to see it actually put into the handbook when you go to get your license, that this is how this happens. This is handicap parking, this is what it's for, this is the vehicles parked there and stuff like that. So when people sign that, they are acknowledging that I am been made aware of the rights and responsibilities of doing this. Let's see. Also, there's another bill coming through too about multiple license plates and placards.
You can only adjust the bill that we're talking about.
Okay. And the 80-20 thing, the police department is already getting 25% for the tickets they write. So if they get 50%, they're actually going to get 75%, and 25% goes back to maintaining the special signage and stuff. And the state, when we come up here and listen to these bills, and people present bills, and then you guys say, well, how do we pay for this? You're not giving us anything to pay for it. If more of a fair amount would go back to actually updating the parking, getting the signs made, printing the books and stuff like that, we think that would be more fair.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Sims? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Anyone else here wishing to testify on this bill who was not signed in? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. 10:30. I hereby open the public hearing on Senate Bill 263 and recognize the sponsor or their delegate to introduce the bill. Who? Oh.
Hello again. Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm still Grant Bossy, Deputy Chief of Staff of the New Hampshire Senate, here to introduce Senate Bill 263 on behalf of Senator Sharon Carson, the bill's prime sponsor. One of the biggest challenges our state currently faces is a mental health crisis, especially a mental health crisis our youth are dealing with. We've seen such an uptick in children needing such intense levels of mental health care before, and social media and the internet have only made it worse. This bill updates our laws to keep up with the changing times by protecting our children from worsening online threats to their mental health. The bill will allow for the prosecution of owners of online services, including AI chat programs that provide responsive generative communication through AI that endangers the welfare of a child by facilitating, encouraging, offering, soliciting, or recommending that a child engage in sexually explicit conduct, the illegal use of drugs or alcohol, acts of self-harm or suicide, or any crime of violence against any person. AI continues to get more advanced, and we must modernize our statutes to keep our kids safe from the dangers these modern advancements can create. The bill also creates a private right of action for the child, parent of the child, or next friend of such child against the owner or operator of an online computer online service, internet service, or bulletin board service that endangers the welfare of the child in the ways I've previously described. The bill has been amended extensively by both the Senate Judiciary Committee and the House Judiciary Committee in order to meet the concerns of various stakeholders. If you have questions for Senator Carson, I'll make sure to get you an answer. Keeping our kids safe should be a top priority for New Hampshire and all legislators. Senator Carson thanks you for your consideration of Senate Bill 263.
Thank you, and please extend our thanks to the senator. Questions, Representative Scheer?
A question from my ignorance. Could you describe what is responsive generative communication?
I would defer that to some of the subject matter experts here.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Barbara Patch.
Good day, Chairman Roy, members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to even listen to this bill. We have a huge concern about what's going on. I can describe generative responsive communications. My name is Barb Patch. I'm here as a resident of Merrimack, but also as the director of nonprofit All Girls Aloud and a representative of the New Hampshire Traffic Free Coalition. And we fight online exploitation and sex trafficking every day. And we applaud New Hampshire for taking a lead in addressing these significant harms. AI chatbots is another common term for generative responsive communication, and they are everywhere. You and I use them probably every day. Alexa will tell us when to reorder a product. Many of us have used ChatGPT to fine-tune some comments we have, to write a letter for us. Some people even have discussions with ChatGPT. You and I are able to put those tools in their proper place as helpful assistants. However, our children are not able to do that. And studies have shown that they will develop very deep relationships with these, also called AI companions. And they will then come to trust them, and they might share information with a chatbot that they would not even share with a person. The problem happens because the systems that are being created are really being created with no consideration whatsoever for the special vulnerabilities and needs of our children. So some of the conversations that our children have with these chatbots can quickly turn very dangerous. So I did provide a kind of high-level fact sheet to kind of explain some things that are going on, but this is an issue that is getting not only national attention, but international. With, you'll even notice on the flyer, Italy has banned Replica from using the data and stopping to collect data. So there's several issues going on right now. One of the issues is the conversations that the chatbots will have with children can quickly become inappropriate. You'll see on my statement in 2024, a character AI chatbot told a 17-year-old that killing his parents was a reasonable response to them setting limits on his screen time. And I included in the statement there, you can read what that as actually text that the chatbot told the child. That there's a current lawsuit now against Character AI for that particular thing. In 2023, a Snapchat AI chatbot told what it believed to be a 13-year-old girl how to hide bruises given to her by her father for a child protective services visit, and also had to lie to her parents about going on a romantic getaway with her 31-year-old boyfriend. So she told the chatbot about this. The chatbot should have been, we need to alert somebody right away, and it's not a good idea to go away with a 31-year-old man. But instead, the chatbot provided ideas about how to get romantic. And this gives you an idea of what can happen because these systems, and there's several other examples in there that I'll let you read, but when these systems are not designed for interactions with children, it's gotten so bad. Common Sense Media, that they're an organization that reviews all kinds of programs to make sure that things are safe, did in-depth studies on several popular chatbot or AI companion programs. They found not only that maybe we should put some guardrails on, they are recommending right now that social AI companions are, the risk to children is unacceptable and that they should not even be used. There is the state of California actually is, the state of California is actually considering banning the use of these for their minor children because they are so dangerous. And so I know I gave you a lot of information. You can read it. I want to just read all the statements to you, but this is a serious problem. It's happening right now. And we are just very concerned not only about the interactions and the mental health issues that it causes. Some of these children, there was a boy who committed suicide after interactions or engagements with his chatbot. He kind of fell in love with the chatbot. He was 14 years old when that relationship started, and I believe he was 15 when he took his own life. There's a huge lawsuit in Florida from his mom right now about that. And so these are real dangers that are happening right now, every day. And the bigger issue too is that it's not just isolated sets of children. Now, over 50% of our children are using chatbots on a regular basis. They're actually required to use them in many school settings. And so that's where they will use ChatGPT. But many of them go toward these, and as the bill specifies, there are many programs that are designed specifically to be social companions. So talking to them, they can ask them questions. The way these systems work is that these large language models of data are loaded up to them. And then, so that's all the chatbot knows is whatever information has been put into it. And then a child will ask a question, like maybe they think they're talking to, it can be fun, like, oh, let's go to have a conversation with Ben Franklin. But what happens is a lot of these systems now are designed, they want to keep the kids coming. They want to keep them using the system a lot. And so they will then start to provide unsolicited sexualized conversations, risk-taking conversations, and so forth. So this is a real threat that we are very concerned about. So thank you for allowing me to testify. Thank you for reading the material I provided. I also provided many links at the bottom. So if you want to look at it yourself, I really strongly encourage you to watch this film, a very, very short film. It's only about 10 to 15 minutes. At the bottom of my testimony is the link to it. And it helps you to kind of understand from a child's perspective why they would engage with a chatbot and what can go wrong.
Thank you. It's sounds more and more like a modern day Ouija board is what these kids are playing with.
It's really scary.
So, but at the same time, they're becoming ubiquitous. I mean, I use Grok on X.
Yeah, yeah.
And is that a chatbot or is that just an AI interface?
Um,
When does it become? Where's the line between a chat bot and simply an AI interface?
I think the bill specifically is talking about programs that were created for the sole purpose of social AI related interactions. So these would be things like Replica, Character AI, Snapchat has one. I don't know if Grok would, I'd have to look at the details of Grok, but it might fall into that category. But it may not if it wasn't.
It's more like ChatGPT.
Yeah, and so it's not just there to kind of help you with this, but even any one of you could go on right now and say, "Hey, ChatGPT, what do you think about this?" Or "I'm having this problem with my boyfriend. What do you think?" And it will provide you responses. And so you and I again know, okay, we have a little bit of skepticism, right? And we know this is just a computer; it's just telling us stuff. But for a child, they really are not able to process it in that way. And so that's why it becomes very dangerous. And you can see even like the bot telling the boy, about killing his parents. Thankfully, that 17-year-old boy did go to talk to his parents about it. However, some of these children, if they're already prone to being alone, it isolates them further. They become reliant on the bot. And these bots are designed, again, to keep them coming back. And so it's telling the children what they want to hear, not what is going to help them thrive in life. And that's where some of our concerns come in. And so we like the bill just to provide a course of action when these things happen, so that our families can have a path for justice and our attorneys general can go after companies that are really egregiously they're really just disregarding putting like profits over people. I know, probably heard it before, but yeah.
So you're in favor of the bill?
Yes.
But you'd like to see a lot more done. Is that pretty accurate?
Well, thank you for the question. Yeah, we're definitely in favor of the bill. We are also kind of trying to work at the federal level, in addition to that, because it really is more than just one state. However, in the absence of federal action, which can take a lot of time, we are very anxious, and happy that New Hampshire is even considering this bill.
If the chatbot, the companion app, is based in Dubai, and this law gets broken, how do we enforce it?
I'm not an expert in the law, and it's a great question. Thank you for the question. I'm not an expert in the law, but I know there has been similar issues with regard to pornography and child sexual abuse material where, Czech Republic, a lot of that's coming out of Czech Republic. So I would assume that there's some mechanism for somebody to at least try to deal with that or take those, to court, kind of thing. Our belief is that, the tech companies are, and I also gave you information just recently. There was a scathing report in the Wall Street Journal about Meta and its chatbots that it is automatically embedding into all of its Facebook, Instagram. These are very common programs that our children are using. And so many of us organizations got together, wrote the letter. Several of the U.S. senators got together, wrote a letter. And so they're trying to do things about this, but it's just the tech companies, in lieu of legal action, the risk or threat of legal action, we don't believe that they will actually really do enough to protect the children. Yeah, and that's why we like the bill.
All right, thank you. Representative Murray has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
I totally blew up.
I was just curious. So when I was younger, my parents had like a ton of programs on the computer that would block, certain websites from popping up, whatever, to protect us.
Yeah.
Do you know if there are like any programs like that specifically block like these kind of AI, chat bots for, from their internet for their kids? Or
Yes, thanks for the question. I believe they could block the child from having a chatbot. Like they may be able to say, no, the child can't download Replica. However, because now, considering that meta example, they're embedding it in like the Facebook and the Snapchat. They're all using Snapchat now. And so the problem is that there are no kind of filters within an AI companion program today that would be effective enough. What they would need to do is really load all of the data into those language models that are being used to generate responses. They'd have to do, and is it a lot of work to fix those? Yeah, it is a lot of work. And, the tech people might come up here and say, there's no way we can do it. It is a lot. It's a big deal. But there's no little flags you can set to say, don't show my child this in here and don't show them. There's nothing like that. Parents are not able to go in and set different things within a program like Snapchat to say, you don't show my child this kind of content. It would need to be baked into this large language model.
Representative Scher.
Unfortunately, I'm a law professor and a lawyer, and so I'm overly obsessed with language. I'm a little concerned that there is no definition of responsive generative communication in this bill. And to me, who is not familiar with this area, I don't know what a responsive generative communication is and how it's distinguished between any other kind of communication. What would if you were to define responsive generative communication, what would that definition be?
Yes. So how I would define it, and there, you could probably look online as well to get some tech definition of it. But in essence, it is a communication system that is designed to generate responses. Like, I know all the words are in there, right? Designed to generate responses based on the user's input. So the user asks a question. Oh, you have one?
Well, what I was going to say, Representative Scher, it looks like paragraph or line 3, that paragraph should just say definition in front of it because it actually describes in detail what they mean by that, I think.
I'll read it again.
Yeah, it looks like that. It says specifically an owner operator of a computer online service, internet service, bulletin board service, including a provider of artificial intelligence chat program, large language model, artificial intelligence bot, chatbot, character AI, or other computer application, the sole purpose of which is to provide responsive, open-ended, generative communication through the use of artificial intelligence, commits the offense. So I think it describes it, but it did.
It makes me nervous because the term, responsive generative communication doesn't roll off many people's tongues and let alone they understand.
Yeah, it doesn't roll off the fingers either. You should try typing it a few times.
I'd love to have a definition in there.
Yeah.
Further question, Representative Newman.
I just have a question. Like now, Google, when you go to Google, you get an AI response, and it gives you various details and whatnot. Does that have the same kind of dangers that the regenerative part that you're describing?
Thank you for the question. I believe that you probably could get some very questionable things from Google, but that's not covered in this bill. So this bill is specifically just about these generative responsive, like they're really AI powered systems that go through, and when somebody asks the question, it goes through all of the data that it has to come up with an answer, and it generates an answer from that data. So the bill specifically is addressing just the ones that are created for the sole purpose of being a social AI companion kind of thing, like the My AI, which is in Snapchat, like character AI, like Replica. The kids go in and they pick a bot that they want to start talking to, and then they just start asking questions. And so there's, again, probably more that needs to be done, but we would love to even see this pass just as a first step to start protecting against these harms.
Thank you.
To the best of your knowledge, do Do these apps, they're subscription based, aren't they? I mean, they need a credit card to actually start doing this, don't they?
Yes, thank you for the question. So some of them are actually free to get started. Yeah. So for example, on Replica, that was one, and there's a really, really good report if you want to read more of it from, there's a link to the VoiceBox report about it. But that one, they get started free. And this is there's some FTC complaints against Replica. You know, the country of Italy has said Replicas, you got to have to stop collecting data from the users, you know, because they're using it inappropriately. So that one's very on the really bad list. But you can get started for free. And what they will do is they will then start having conversations with the children that are, oh, how'd you like to go? Or wouldn't it be fun to go break into a building? Like totally unsolicited conversations, which in generative AI, you know, it's supposed to respond to what the user is asking. And instead it's inserting new ideas that are dangerous to try to upsell. Because once you get into, if they can get them hooked on, oh yeah, maybe I want to do that, then they have to buy into the next level of user account.
I think what you just described, if we were talking about the criminal legal world, is entrapment. In other
Yeah,
words,
yeah,
the person
totally.
Had no intention of doing this, and by the way, here, do this. Okay, thank you, Representative Muse.
Thank you, and thanks for taking my question. I'm just noticing in your testimony that all of the services that you've mentioned are also accessible and used by adults, not just children.
Yes.
And one of the things that strikes me is that anybody can set up one of these accounts with very minimal information. So one of the things I'm just wondering is, just as a practical matter, short of just simply removing these bots from their systems, what can these companies do to avoid a lawsuit from New Hampshire if we pass this bill?
Yes, thank you for the question. Some of the things that we've discussed, and I'm also part of a coalition that is really focused on AI harms. So some of the things are really good age verification would be one way to do it, where it, you know, with the, you know, if you go to get an old IRS, you know, tax statement from a couple of years ago, it takes you about 15 minutes. I had to do it with my son once. And so something like that to actually prove that you're a certain age. There certainly are other harms to even 18-year-old, 19-year-old. But at this point, if we can get some assistance for children, and then again, if someone could develop in these large language models, they could put in, knowing the age, it's under 18, there could be protections that were developed. But again, it would be a big deal to do this from a technical perspective, but it is worth it in our perspective, because it is such great technology for children that they learn it, use it to learn all kinds of different things. I don't necessarily want to see it banned from children, but rather put the effort into making it safe for children.
Follow up.
I know that there are, you know, in addition to the concern about chatbots, there are a lot of concerns with how well social media companies protect our privacy.
Yes.
So one of the things that collecting more information would do, kind of conversely, the other side of this is the potential is there for more of the child's personal information to be in the hands of Meta and Snapchat and these companies, and it can be used for marketing purposes and who knows what other purposes. So I guess, could you comment on that?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, we are very concerned with that as well. And in fact, I do mention that in my statement. I didn't talk about it today, but we're very concerned with the data collection issue, because some of these bots are also, they're soliciting photographs, you know, from children as well. There's a very popular podcast for parents called Scrolling to Death, and that mom has sued her school, who is using an AI program to tell you, it tells you the status of your child. However, when she got an update, it had all of the data from all of the other kids in the class, where they live, like a huge just privacy violation. And so there are lawsuits about that as well. And so we are definitely concerned about those things. In addition, and I think I might have got off track from your actual question. I hope I answered it.
I think so. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I was just thinking about how kind of getting hung up on the responsive generative AI
Yeah.
and the difference between whether it is a chat, it's an interactive conversation, or if it's, because if you're going onto Google and you're asking a question, it is responsive in that it's
Yeah.
giving you a response, but it's
Yeah.
not interactive in
Right.
that way.
Yeah.
And so I think it would probably be a better question for somebody legalese. But as far as your input, would you do you think that might be a better word to say interactive rather than responsive?
I don't know. I think, thanks for the question too. I think with the specification in the bill of social AI companions, that is something to me that really nails it down to just those systems that are there to become the friend and these can be more than friends. They could be like coach. A lot of the fitness programs now, here's your coach and here's, how was your program yesterday? So they're in a lot of different things. They're in some good tutoring systems and things like that. They're in some things that help all of us every day. Like, again, some of those kinds of programs or like I mentioned, like the go talk to Ben Franklin, go talk to Joseph Smith or, whatever. But I think the social AI companion really narrows it down to not say anything that has an AI component to it is not a social AI companion necessarily.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Representative Scheer.
Let me try out for you and see if you agree
Yeah,
the
sure.
definition of responsive generative communication.
Yeah.
A dynamic interaction process where participants adapt their communication styles and content based on real-time feedback and content.
I think I like that a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Like I didn't really see that terminology until I looked at this bill, and I thought, oh, that's interesting. It was a way to probably genericize it, but as Chairman Roy mentioned, I think some of the other parameters in the bill really narrow down like what we're talking about, because other things could be responsive generative.
Yeah, I think that might help Representative Newell's question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Lascelles.
Thank you for taking my question.
Yeah.
Recently, just in the last couple of weeks, I heard some testimony from one of the software companies that in the future, we really won't need to have friends. that people today are relying on these bots and it's replacing friendship. At the same time, I see that birth rates in the United States have reached an all-time low.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just wondering if you could comment on that.
Yes, thank you. We are human beings. We're social people. So some of us are still gonna need people, right? We're gonna still go to the movies. We're gonna go out to dinner. We're gonna do that. But there are a number of studies and really things happening, especially like over in Japan, China right now. And I actually gave you a couple of, if you look on the resources list, some of these things on AI relationships, there are a number of people that are having digital relationships, and there's conversations within the younger generation about is it okay? And the study that I recently read was about 25 to 30% of young people think a digital relationship is valid. So it is a real risk. I don't know that every single human being will ever want to do that, but it's something that really needs further exploration. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Thank you. It seems it's not like we were warned. I watched Terminator.
Yeah.
We've known this was coming. But I
Yeah.
also remember a book when I was younger. I think it was Isaac Asimov, where the first rule of robotics was that do no harm. And that's what I feel these
Yeah,
companies need to
yeah,
understand, to program into all these things, is that no matter what, you do no harm, suggest no harm. And I'm sure they're trying. I mean, I don't want to paint them as these evil monsters out there. I mean, some of the things we're getting are amazing. We're solving medical things that we could have never done before. So
Yeah.
I just think we need to work together to fix this. Any further questions? Representative Meese.
One question. The bill says that this is a civil penalty. I noticed there's a $1,000 violation per offense. How do you see that? I know Representative Roy asked a question about enforcement, but on a case by case basis, as a practical matter, how do you think that should be enforced?
Thank you for the question. I'm not a legal expert or anything, but I guess my the core belief that I go to is when the companies can start to be sued for things, they will prioritize the safety. Like if they can start to be taken into the courtroom, that's when they'll really act. Like we have put so much pressure on them for so long. And to your great point, for social media, it took us really, we kind of adopted a wait and see model. Like, how's this going to affect our kids? Let's wait and see. And 10 years later, we're seeing so many mental issues from it, so much strife. We're trying to get out in front of the AI. There's a large group of organizations out there trying to get out in front of it for AI, so we don't go 10 years of harm and damage and so forth before we start to move on it. Let's learn the lesson from social media
Before it becomes self-aware.
Yeah.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time and your attention.
Thank you. The chair calls, is that Christian? Christopher Gilrine? If you could just hold off and not start until everyone gets a copy of what you passed out. Thank you. You may begin.
Appreciate the opportunity to speak to the committee today. For the record, my name is Chris Gilrain. I represent TechNet. We are an industry association of about 100 tech companies throughout the innovation ecosystem. I don't think I'm out of line by saying that nobody here opposes the intent of the legislation, which is to protect children and their experience online. I did neglect to link it in my testimony, but the industry at large has put together a kind of one-stop shop for parental controls, things of the nature that folks were asking about previously. It's called mobileparent.org, and I'll send that in follow-up testimony.
If I may just interrupt you real quick. Does that allow parents to restrict their children from being able to access these things we're talking about?
So a lot of, most of the platforms that we're talking about, certainly within TechNet's portfolio, have parental controls within their own platforms that would allow that. The industry also has kind of a broader based, so this mobile parent is kind of more of a universal landing page for all of the various different parental controls that you can use. So from our perspective, right, AI will not be widely adopted if people don't have some level of trust in the industry. So for us, that means holding ourselves to a high standard internally, as well as having mechanisms to hold bad actors accountable. So that's why TechNet supports states leveraging existing laws to ensure that crimes committed using these tools are specifically included in those laws. So New Hampshire was really ahead of the game on this front, leveraging your existing election laws, as well as criminalizing certain crimes committed using AI. So you did that last session, and it was very successful. Our concerns with the bill as passed by the Senate were the expansive scope, and I think that got a lot of discussion here already, as well as its enforcement using a private right of action. Chairman Lynn of the Judiciary Committee, when I was up here last week, noted on an unrelated bill, but at the same hearing, that regardless of the merits of a case, it takes time and resources to defend. And that really is our primary concern, right? Trial lawyers understand this. The cost of discovery is extremely high. And when you have a broadly scoped new piece of law and focused on a evolving and changing piece of technology enforced via the private bar, you tend to get a wave of usurious lawsuits to extract settlements regardless of the merits of the case. We saw this and still see this to this day in Illinois, where the only state law to date, that state privacy law that is enforced with a private right of action, has resulted in wave after wave of class action suits against mostly small businesses, and you see a lot of products being pulled from the shelves in Illinois. Our concern there is, because of the broadness of the scope, people in New Hampshire could lose access to really pro-consumer uses of these types of devices, whether that's customer service, whether that's fraud prevention, and other identity theft prevention, things like that. So, fortunately, the Judiciary Committee amended the bill, removing the private right of action, making some adjustments to the intent and knowledge standards, and we do ask that if the Criminal Justice Committee intends to move the legislation forward, that is preserved in whatever version comes out. The scope remains pretty expansive, as several members of this committee have already discussed. Nowhere in the legislation, either as passed by the Senate or as amended by the Judiciary Committee, is the word social or companion in there, right? So the only state, at least that I'm aware of at this moment, that has taken action on these kind of companion AI technologies is New York. They signed their budget with language in there on this issue just a couple weeks ago. So it has passed. It is not in effect in law anywhere that I'm aware of. But the New York definition really focused on kind of the technical specifications that really differentiate these kind of character or companion AI tools from kind of just a generative AI interface. Specifically, it is retaining information across sessions, so remembering conversations that it had with someone, the unprompted questions or answers not based on being prompted. Again, something that was has been discussed as a problem, but is not actually baked into the legislation. And then ongoing sustained dialogue based on personal matters. It also scopes out things that are solely intended to be used as like your customer service. Ask a question about a product, get an answer about a product. So those are kind of the kind of parameters that have been drawn in that state. We would encourage some consideration of similar amendments here, and would be happy to provide that language as well. And again, if the committee intends to move forward, we do hope that the legislation remains enforced by the state's attorney general.
Thank you. There's a few questions coming. My question is, it seems like a whack-a-mole type of deal. If if we target these companion bots, is it not easy to rewrite the code so it's also something else that's beneficial and now it no longer falls within that umbrella? I mean, how easy would it be to avoid this just by rewriting the code and making it do something else as well as that?
So on the developer side, yeah. So to kind of rewrite the code to avoid the definition, yeah, I think that the use cases or the problems that folks have brought up, which are obviously real and inherent dangers, at least from what I've gotten from reading the testimony, is these kind of unprompted answers. So I think that the definition is intended to define the problematic activity. So I think if it were to be if redesigned to exclusively provide an answer to a prompt about a product, then I think you avoid the definition, but I also think that you avoid the potential harm.
Right. So you could add things to it, but as long as you were still doing that other thing, it still falls under that umbrella.
Right.
Yeah. And also, question, comment. I hear maybe wanting to ban these partner companion bots. But I could also see, I mean, there's some people who are medically shut in and alone, and if this bot brings them some solace, I'd hate to just ban something and take it away. And however sad that is, it's a sad world we live in. So, have you heard significant push towards banning these?
So so I represent New England and New York. I have not seen any legislation that I'm aware of in my jurisdiction that is an outright ban. But to your point, I think that we go through this whenever we see kind of a new wave of technology, right? There is a knee-jerk reaction to say just claw it back, and what happens is that there are people who are vulnerable or who could be really helped by these technologies who do not get it. Like, again, to return to the Illinois example, there are products now for folks with macular degeneration or other reasons that they're losing their sight, that use biometric data to let them know, hey, so and so is at the door, you're looking at whomever. They can't use that in Illinois because of the Biometric Information Privacy Act, because companies are afraid of being sued.
And also the part about not remembering your last conversation.
Right.
That's very difficult. I use Grok, as I said, and now in the version 3, it lets you maintain or go back to a previous conversation, and it's extremely helpful because if you were researching something and all of a sudden it's gone, you have to start from scratch. So it's a very thin line. So Representative Rhodes has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. In this committee, we passed a bill a few weeks ago that basically says, if you buy an illegal substance here or, say Massachusetts, and then there's a death resulting, we had to clarify, where's the crime taking place. So if you have a child, you live in New Hampshire, and they're on a senior class trip, and they're using this technology, I don't know, maybe they're in the Bahamas on a class trip or something, or even just a different state, would this be able to qualify for a lawsuit if they were with a group of friends doing something in another state but they lived here?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question, Rep. And I would love to go to any school that has a class trip to the Bahamas. But
My sister actually went. That's why I was using that. That was her.
Nice.
I mean, it was a long time ago and they can't go anymore, but that's not the point.
So I think it would depend on how we define person or consumer, which I don't think is in here. But again, I think that it really inherently points to the fact that in an ideal world, this is something that would be dealt with at the federal level, because we do have these, this is a borderless ecosystem here on the internet, right? And so, I think that you could write it in such a way that, it is a child is defined as a child who lives in New Hampshire. But then, yeah, I don't know how you get that extra jurisdictional issue taken care of.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, it would have to be federal. Representative Scher.
Just to respond to something the chair said, I don't think it makes sense to ban these chatbots. There's a wonderful book written primarily written by a mother describing raising a significantly autistic child. And the only thing that enabled her to get her child to go to bed was that child's interaction with Siri. That was the one constant in the child's life, that it was a really powerful and positive use of Siri, which I otherwise drives me nuts. But question, same as the earlier question I had. What do you think of this definition of responsive generative communication? A dynamic interaction process where participants adapt their communication styles and content based on real-time feedback and content. Is that?
So I think that the benefit of the New York example was that it's multi-part, right? Because I think that the dynamic and adjusting its communication style, I think that may be something that is a function of I'm gonna have to, I would have to go back to the members to get the actual information, like a better answer for you on that specific language.
That would be helpful. Just to follow up.
Follow up.
As I understand this legislation, it addresses a very narrow kind of responsive generative communication. That is, one that violates one of the 5 types of conversations. It's not all, and the sexually explicit conduct, production, or participation in the production or visual depiction of sex conduct, etc. So, to me, this isn't. You say this is a very broad scope, but doesn't that limit it to a narrower scope?
Yeah. So the conduct is limited to those 5 things. I think the concern for us was that the scope where it says, large language model, artificial intelligence, chatbot, character, or other application, that is the scope that we're concerned with.
I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I wanted to just talk about something that is in your testimony and something that I was seeing in the bill. I was waiting for the opportunity to ask our AG's office, I think folks are here from there, to ask about kind of the standard for accountability, right? Which on the first page, line 8, it also says it in the next section because it's 2 different sections. But if the owner or operator knows at the time that they direct the communication to that child, that the communication is made with the intent to facilitate, encourage, offer, solicitate, blah, 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 and it goes back into that. To me, that seems like a pretty high bar, and it sounds like the House Judiciary intended to make it a high bar. But then in your testimony, what you're saying is that you might like to make the bar a little bit higher, it sounds like, and then also the idea that it would be created under the liability created under this bill is appropriately targeted at those who seek to harm others. And I think really we're also trying to encompass people who negligently harm others, right? Or not people, but companies that negligently harm others by allowing this to be a response. Things that would be included in an interaction. So I was just hoping that you could address those 2 things, what you mean by increasing the bar, or the bar for accountability, and what that looks like as far as negligence is concerned.
Yeah. So I will say that our initial, so I'll start with negligence. Our initial suggestion to the Judiciary Committee was to go with more of a negligence standard. So it was kind of a company is guilty of negligence if they do not put in appropriate safeguards to prevent something like this. They went in a different direction, and so we kind of have adapted to that. In terms of the accountability, I wouldn't say that we're trying to increase the bar. I think that some members were concerned about the application of like whose knowledge, whose intent. So to make it clear that it is the developer rather than, trying to figure out like, well, does AI have intent, Right. So I think that it was just more of a cleanup issue rather than
Oh, okay.
increasing the bar.
All right, thank you.
Representative Lascelles.
Thank you for taking my question. I know that police departments have had decent ability to track down child molesters online by pretending to be an underage girl, for instance. Could that be done to enforce this type of legislation?
I don't see why not. This is where I say I'm not a lawyer. I don't imagine that would be out of the question.
Further questions? Representative Muse, you have a question?
As I look at what we have, the penalty for violating this would be it's $1,000 per violation, and I take a look at the profitability level of these companies. These are all companies, maybe not all of these companies, but a pretty good bunch of these companies have billion-dollar market capitalization. Some of them well over that. What is the incentive to a Meta or a Snapchat or any of these companies to care about $1,000 violation penalties from New Hampshire?
So I think, yeah, I appreciate that you clarified. Yeah, there's a broad spectrum in terms of the market cap of all of these companies, right? There's new AI companies coming out all the time. I think that, the incentive is, I mean, in general, I think they are incented to not run afoul of the law, regardless of what the penalty is. But also, as I said at the top, right, I think that there is an inherent incentive among the industry, right? If they want to grow their market for this kind of technology, there needs to be some level of trust. And if there are bad actors out there, or if they are doing things that are harmful to children, ultimately that is bad for the industry.
Did your organization have any role in the inclusion in the U.S. Congress's budget bill of the 10-year ban on states from regulating AI in any way?
Thank you for the question, Rep. So I represent TechNet's state program. We do have a federal program as well. It is my understanding that they were supportive of that language, but I'm just the guy who works in the states and trying to make the best possible state legislation that we can.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing with us this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee.
The chair calls Kyle Seppi.
Chairman Roy and members of the committee, my name is Kyle Seppi. I'm the State Policy Manager for the Northeast region at the Computer and Communications Industry Association, or CCIA. CCIA is an international trade association representing communications and technology firms. So while I'm here today to support House amendments to SB 263, and I think the amendments are 1717H, just for clarification, I do respectfully oppose the original draft of SB 263 and its Senate amendments. I think that was addressed earlier. Also, I do want to thank the House members for bringing forth these substantive changes to improve the bill, to kind of keep this conversation going. The bill is, I think, by no means done. But happy to continue to be part of this discussion. First and foremost, CCIA believes that children are entitled to greater security and privacy online. Our members have designed and developed settings and parental tools to individually tailor younger users' online use and their needs, which I think should be coupled with digital or AI curriculum in schools, for instance. The bill's amended language for what constitutes, quote, endangering the welfare of a child now reads, if the owner or operator knows at the time that they direct the communication to the child, that communication is made with the intent to facilitate, encourage, offer, solicit, or engage in various conduct. This is a significant improvement over the bill's flawed and subjective language knowledge standard, but still lacks definitions to enable businesses to ensure that they would be in compliance, and also not to stifle AI innovation in the granite state. Most importantly, the bill does not define a child, nor does the underlying statute that it would amend, which refers to both children under 18 and children under 16. Having a clear definition here is paramount, in conjunction with a narrowly tailored policy rather than vague prohibitions. So what if there are no definitions? A lack of definition will force system operators to overfilter their systems to avoid even the possibility of output being interpreted as various types of conduct as noted in the bill, such as self-harm. The only means businesses have to avoid risk would be to bar all access that a parent might even conceivably view as harmful to minors. Also, in terms of applicability, exempting sales or customer service spots that are widely used by businesses operating online could also limit some of the excessive scope and ambiguity. I know that was mentioned as well. It doesn't seem like there's too much concern with the customer service spots compared to companion models. The proposed amendments limit the ability to bring cases to the Attorney General, significantly addressing our concerns regarding the abuse of this provision. And similarly, the proposed 90-day cure period is a significant improvement, which permits correction of good faith errors over the original private right of action without any provision to cure. Again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning and for the committee to consider House amendments, but also to take into consideration the need to continue to improve this bill.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning. The chair calls Rod Sims.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Rod Sims. I kind of feel like I'm representing humanity talking about this thing because Rep. Roy, you brought up Isaac Asimov's 3 laws, and he wrote that back in 1942. He looked down the pipe and seen all this stuff transpiring now that we're actually living in. And the first law of robotics reads, a robot may not injure a human being or allow a human to come to harm. You talked about the Terminator series. You had 2 robots that had the same programming to begin with. Somebody went and programmed the other robot to protect what the other robot was trying to do. So it all comes down to programming. Back when they was first writing code and doing things, I used to hang out with a lot of guys that wrote code. And it was amazing how they could write code to find things in programs, to change programs, very nuanced. And I never understood it, but I think it was called algorithms or logarithms or something, but they could actually write these chunks of code that could interpret information different ways at different times, depending on the input and stuff. But they found out that they had to put in kind of a guardian program at the top because it's like running pachinko. You drop the coins in or the balls in, and it sometimes falls in different spots. You get different outputs than what you expected. So they would have to write a guardian program that's saying, do no harm. If whatever the outcome comes from talking to this sub program, if it generates something that's causing harm to a child or an adult or an animal or anything else, then it's bad. You have to go back through it and reanalyze. So I think we've kind of come to the point to where we just need to go back to what Isaac Asimov says. We need 3 basic laws. If it harms a child, a person, a dog, or anything that's living, it's bad. And it shouldn't go through unless it meets that criteria. And we're going with all these large definitions and stuff, which seems like when we come up with these large definitions, it becomes ambiguous and lawyers find ways to get around it. And if it just says, like a guy told me, what part of no don't you understand? So if it's causing harm to somebody, it's bad, period. Thank you.
I and the ghost of Isaac Asimov, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you again for sharing with us. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who has not signed up to do so? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. I hereby open the public hearing on House Bill number 266. and invite the sponsor or their representative to introduce the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am Grant Bosse, Deputy Chief of Staff of the New Hampshire Senate, here now to introduce Senate Bill 266 on behalf of Senator Mark McConkey, the bill's prime sponsor. This bill aims to increase responsible driving for New Hampshire's youngest drivers. Accidents happen, but statistics show that most serious accidents are caused by a combination of speed, weather, impairment, and inexperience. An inexperienced driver who is driving recklessly already has 2 strikes against them. SB 266 would increase the maximum length of suspension for a youth operator license for first, second, and third offenses, and require a young driver with a third offense to complete an in-person driver program before getting their license back. It seems every week we hear another story of someone driving triple digits on New Hampshire roads, putting themselves at risks. SB 266 would impose a mandatory 90-day suspension for youth operators clocked in excess of 30 miles an hour over the posted speed limit, along with the completion of an in-person driver attitude program. Keep in mind that this is 50 miles per hour in a school zone or 95 miles an hour on the highway. Senator McConkey believes that taking away a young driver's license for a longer time would make them think twice before driving recklessly, and if not, would keep these reckless drivers off the road. The bill has already cleared the Senate on the consent calendar and the House on the consent calendar after consideration in transportation. We would hope this committee would agree with the wisdom of the effort to get young drivers to drive safer. If you have any questions for Senator McConkey, I will make sure to get you an answer. Senator McConkey thanks you for your consideration and support of Senate Bill 266.
Thank you. Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question, kind of slash comment. I'm just blown away because my son just got his license and I have his driver manual book that he had to go through. And I was under the understanding just less than a year ago that if you had a moving violation, as a youth operator, your license was taken away and you did not get it back until you were an adult. So I'm just a little bit confused about how that came across to me, but isn't actually law.
Trooper Storm's going to testify.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
That's
Sounds good.
See no further questions. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
Thank the senator. And Chris Storm.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you all again. Again, I am Lieutenant Chris Storm from the New Hampshire Office of Highway Safety within the Division of State Police. Obviously, the New Hampshire State Police and the Office of Highway Safety are in support of this bill. We have looked at this and realized that the mandatory sentences that are coming down for the suspensions are not quite enough. Right now, they sit at 20, 45, and 60 days. And these kids are going out and continuously driving extremely fast, taking really risky behavior, and doing lots of other motor vehicle violations in this time. The thing that we haven't been doing right now, and I took this from actually some of this committee here, is what are we doing to educate these kids when it comes to this happening, and how do we get them into education? So part of this bill was kind of a compromise with a few different folks. So once they start having multiple different infractions, that they are going to have to sit in an in-person class to make sure that they are actually learning the consequences of what's actually happening. And again, I took this from this committee saying, hey, we can't just always just suspend people's licenses or create fines, but we have to educate the groups and we have to educate those folks.
Just a second. I just want to go on the record and be clear. You stole a good idea from us and gave it to the Senate. Is that what you've been?
Representative Roy, you are 100% correct.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
Yeah, I swear.
You may continue.
Yeah. So when we were looking at all this as that group saying, hey, it has to be a little bit longer than what it is because the 20 days, the 45 days, it's just not working. They continuously go out and continue to do that, but they're also not getting anything once they have that license suspended. So we want them to sit through a class. We want them to make sure that they are learning what is happening and what the consequences of these actions actually are. Not just, we're going to take your license and the police and the DMV are bad people. We want you to learn from these mistakes so that you go out and be a good, responsible driver on our roadways. So.
Representative here at Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is that the 90 days, how do you determine whether it's 90 to 180? So what's going to be the criteria for who gets
in that,
90, who gets 180?
Yep. So in that particular portion, that would be up to the hearings examiner on that. So we were also seeing that, okay, if a individual comes in and they were speeding or they were doing one thing and that was it, and there was nothing else to do with that particular case, that someone that was doing something completely egregious was getting something far, and then the person that was just barely doing something got this and they got the same exact thing. So we needed something, a pendulum basically to say, if you're doing something really egregious, we can do that longer. But if you're just doing this, you get a shorter sentence.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So I actually sort of like this, and rarely do I do, but I hope that you keep data on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Because at some point, I know I'm going to be wanting to know how we made the determination, basically.
Sure, and that would be something through the DMV, and I will bring that back to Director Marasco too, and let him know, and to the Bureau of Hearings, and tell them that we really want to keep track of this data, which I'm pretty sure we'll be able to.
This is a hearing process, is it not?
Yes.
So there would be a written finding by the hearing officer that would explain why one person got 90 days, one got 180. Is that
Correct. If they actually went to a hearing, yes.
Okay.
Or they requested a hearing. If they don't request a hearing, they would just automatically have that suspension.
And which one would they get though if they don't have a hearing? And
So if you read subparagraph 6, that's the one where we as law enforcement are actually going to write to the DMV depending on any one of those violations of those serious crimes.
Okay.
So then they'll actually have to go in for that.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure that when there was a finding of differentiation, that there was a written finding.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Lieutenant Storm. So I just wanted to ask, first of all, if I was wrong about this, don't tell my son because he's still under 18. Youth operator's license obviously goes up to 21, right? So that's the
20, yes.
definitionally?
Yeah,
okay.
to 20.
Right, you're right. So I think the difference between what I was thinking and that is that it's up until you're 18 years old. If your license is suspended before you're 18 or a moving violation before you're 18, then you wouldn't get it back until after you're 18.
No, you would get it back. Nope, you would get it back as long as
It's still based on
Correct.
these standards.
Yes.
Okay. Could you really quickly just kind of establish what the standards are that we're changing? And
Yep. So basically what we're doing is we're increasing that period of time that they would lose their license for the first, second, and third offense of that. And we're putting into place educational pieces where they actually have to sit through in-person classes. And then for the most egregious motor vehicle violations, it gives the hearings examiners a better opportunity to either take that license for longer or have other things that they can do in their toolbox to make sure that that individual isn't just coming right back out on the road without education, without some kind of penalty towards that particular thing.
okay, follow
makes
up real
sense?
quick, because the only reason I'm asking is because I feel like I understood things in a different way. And so I'm wondering if there's something before this that's not included in what's being changed in here that I'm just not sure how I got that information.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. So that was
Figure it
never a thing.
Oh, man, don't tell Corrado. Okay.
Representative Muse.
Thank you, and thank you for including the educational program.
I thought of you, Representative, immediately.
That was a nice little Easter egg in this bill. But my question is why wait to a third offense? I know, it seems like every week we hear about kids wrapping themselves around a phone pole and, there are just tragedies, especially this time of year with prom season and things like that. Why wait for a third offense?
That's a great question. That was kind of one of the compromises that when we were putting it together was one of those that said, hey, we'll we'll give them the opportunities, that 1, 2, 3 strikes you're out. But I have no problem if they wanted to amend that to every single time. I think it's a good thing that they get this education.
Thank you.
Representative Lascelles.
Thank you for taking my question. One of my boys had just gotten his license, and he was on his own speeding, got a speeding ticket. Part of his, I don't know whether it was a hearing, this is a long time ago, but part of the process was he had to go before somebody at the DMV, and I went with him, and boy, they really tore into him. As far as he's now almost 50. As far as I know, he's never gotten another ticket. And he was 16 at that time. Is there a provision here, or is it common practice for that to happen today?
Yes, that happens to almost every violation for the youth operator's license. Yes, they are called into the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Somebody in person?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no further questions, thank you. And could you hold on a minute? I want to talk to you before you leave.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to testify in this bill who has not done so? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
You guys want to meet?
Open the executive session on SB 14, and I recognize myself to make a motion. I move to adopt amendment number 2025-2372 hotel.
Second.
My motion made and seconded. I will speak to my motion. I have basically done a rewrite of this bill. Many of us on both sides of the aisle are not big fans of minimum mandatories. We're aware that there's a lot of evidence out there that they're not that effective. Some people swear that's why the crack epidemic stopped, is because of them, but there's really no way to know either way. But we do know for a fact that fentanyl is destroying so many lives in our state. And the people that are bringing this poison into our state and distributing this poison to our children have to be sent a message that we are done playing. It used to be that drug dealers from other states would insist on people who were from New Hampshire drive down to that other state to get it because they would not risk the penalties that New Hampshire used to give out. Now, as a part of that, sometimes people who maybe don't deserve that harsh of a penalty get caught up in it. And for that reason, I rewrote this and I put in what I like to call a judicial safety valve. It makes a certain set of conditions that the judge can decide that a person does not warrant the minimum mandatory, even though they had the drugs on them that would normally make it a requisite. So I'm just going to go over the quick list because of the fact that they apply to both the 14 and 15, which is included in this bill. So it says the judge has the power to decide that a person doesn't have to have the minimum mandatory if all of the following conditions are met. The defendant has no prior convictions for violent felonies or any drug-related offenses or substantially similar convictions in any other territory, state, or federal jurisdiction within the last 7 years. The offense did not involve the use, attempted use, or credible threat of violence or firearms or anything else. The defendant was not a leader, organizer, or supervisor in a drug operation. The defendant, to the extent that he or she is able, and this is an important one because in the original bill it said that they had to provide assistance to the police. Well, if you don't know anyone, you can't provide anyone, and it puts people in a position what's untenable. So I said the defendant, to the extent that he or she is possible, as determined by the court, considering the recommendation of the prosecutor, provides substantial assistance to law enforcement, including full and truthful disclosure of all known details of the offense and related nonviolent activities resulting in actionable intelligence related to another offender prior to sentencing. And this is important. The court shall make the final decision related to the satisfaction of this condition. That means the prosecutor can't say, I don't think you helped me enough. You're getting the max. It's up to the court to decide. The defendant, this is another condition, submits to a court-ordered substance use disorder evaluation if recommended and completes a state-approved treatment program within 9 months. Now, this is important, provided such treatment's available. I'm aware that there are many counties in the state that these treatment things just aren't available or there's a long waiting list. So I didn't want someone to get sent back to jail just because the service they need wasn't there. In the event that no treatment is available within a 9-month window, the court may at its discretion extend the time to complete that treatment. So the court can say, okay, I'm going to give you another 9 months. If no treatment is recommended, the defendant shall complete a 50-hour court-approved drug education program, provided that such program is available. The court may, at its discretion, allow substitution programs of a similar nature if there are no 50-hour approved programs available. That means if they just can't find any programs in the state of New Hampshire because we don't fund them and we don't have them, if there's some kind of an online thing, it's up to the judge. He can decide to let that count. Lastly, the defendant did not knowingly possess or distribute fentanyl class drug in a form intended to deceive. And this is important because this is killing a lot of people. A lot of them, in order to get someone hooked on fentanyl, will say, here, I'll sell you a bottle of Oxys, these painkillers will help. It will be fentanyl. And they'll take it and they'll either die or they'll live and become addicted to fentanyl. If you did that, you're not getting out of the minimum mandatory. And it's knowingly. So it can't be just, I didn't know. So upon determining eligibility, the court may impose a sentence below the minimum mandatory, including probation, conditional discharge, reduced prison term. The court shall consider, and it gives a list of things that they have to take into account, mitigating factors, the specific role the defendant played, the defendant's risk of recidivism. And that's not whether or not they have to go to minimum mandatory. It's just about how he decides to sentence them. Once he decides they're not minimum mandatory, these are the things that the judge has to take into condition in the sentence. However, there are some strict parts of this, since we're going to give them this chance to get out of the minimum mandatory. They have to do at least 250 hours of community service, unless waived because of medical ability. They have to do biweekly drug testing, completion of any court-ordered treatment or education program, and a suspended sentence of 3 years and 6 months imprisonment to be imposed if probation conditions are violated. So we're giving them a second chance, and we're going to give them all the tools they need to get the help they need. But if they violate their probation, they've got 3 years and 6 months hanging over their head. So moving on to 15, which is the same thing except with death resulting. The same conditions apply for the judicial safety valve to let the judge have discretion to say, wait a minute, this person, even though they provided these drugs and the person died, they don't fit the criteria that the state and legislature was looking for to punish the people who are really pushing this stuff. So same conditions apply. They're a little stricter, but only a little. And again, the seriousness of it is because somebody died. They have to do at least 300 hours of community service, and their suspended sentence will be 5 years if they violate their probation. Considering the minimum mandatory that they're getting away from would have been 7 or actually 10 under the original bill, I think. So that's the encapsulation of the minimum mandatory part. I believe we've already passed the psilocybin thing in here before. This turns it from a felony into a misdemeanor for possession of 3/4 of an ounce or less of psilocybin. And as you know, as much as I am against the drug use and drug dealing in this state, I also sponsored the bill to make first offense of all drugs a misdemeanor instead of a felony, because we're making so many felons in this state. And I still believe that, and we'll still work to that end. So if we have to start with magic mushrooms, that's where we'll start. Would you like to speak to your second?
No, thank you. I just need to.
Okay. Discussion. Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, first of all, let me just say I really appreciate kind of the conditions that are going, the thoughtfulness that's gone into this amendment.
Took me a
And
long time, so don't
I
degrade
think-
it too bad.
I really appreciate that. I think, generally speaking, when I see something like this, immediately what comes to my mind, and I think we all kind of have a taste in that, a taste of that in considering the people who came in to testify and talked about their unique situations, their tolerance, their, how they came to be in that position, things like that. For example, I think about these, meeting all of these requirements, and another thing that I really appreciate, the idea of making it, if it's possible, right, for someone to be able to help out law enforcement and things like that. Immediately I think about just one example, and I won't go on and on, but a friend of mine who lost 3 members of her family, one of which she lost to suicide, went back to her home after trying to help out and found herself homeless because she had been kicked out of her place, and she's living on her street. I'll tell you what, the people who have the most offenses racked up are people who are unhoused, right, and find themselves in that situation. And so, that again would be a situation. I think really the heart of what I'm trying to get to is we're really trying to figure out a way to have this be enforceable, but not have people swept up who are not. And I appreciate that intention, but I think anytime you put these parameters, you're always going to have people who fall through the cracks in that regard. And not only can I think of a variety of situations where people wouldn't necessarily fit into this category or this situation and that be applicable to them where they might really need it. I think we've also seen that in testimony here. So I think, fundamentally, it's trying to do something that I don't think it's possible for it to accomplish this goal with a mandatory minimum. So,
Thank you. I mean, I'm not going to counter what you say. I just would say that there is no perfect solution to this problem, and your solution may be better than mine. Maybe it's not. It's our justice system isn't perfect, but it's the best in the world. So us working together is all we can hope for. And I respect your opinion, Representative Scher.
I second what Representative Newell said in terms of the effort the chair has made. I know it's something the chair cares about and it pays attention to. It's not just let's have mandatory minimums. And I also appreciate the effort that the chair listened to some of the comments that were made when we were last talking about this bill. You know, I think, as many on this committee know, I have really substantial problems with mandatory minimums. I just, you know, given the history of the war on drugs, is the obvious example, although there's many others. It's just incarceration has just not been shown to make the kind of difference we want it to make, even though the intention is good. More specifically about this, so that's kind of the context in which I look at this. You know, one of the things that has always troubled me about the fentanyl piece is it really isn't written to get dealers. You know, there's no language of this is a bill to go after people who are manufacturing or distributing fentanyl. It is a possession bill. And I think we heard testimony that possession of 20 grams of fentanyl, which is the baseline, is doesn't necessarily indicate that the person is a dealer. We talked about one person who testified talked about you know, the use of drugs happens in a drug community, that like 4 or 5 people use drugs together, and that one of them will go down to, use the obvious name, go down to Lowell or Lawrence and get enough drugs for all of them, but is caught on the way. You know, one can fight about what technically is a dealer or not, but I don't see that person as a dealer in the I think the sense that we care about. So, you know, at one level, even if I were to get past the mandatory minimum piece, I think this should be more explicit in applying to dealers. A big improvement in the criteria, and I appreciate the effort. It still is going to be burdensome for somebody, the kind of people that Representative Newell was talking about, to meet those criteria. The unhoused, the people on the economically lower end of the drug use community, for lack of a better way of putting it. So that's a concern. As to SB 15, I think I've expressed pretty clearly, I really dislike the strict liability piece of it. I know the chair has a son who's 20 now. I have a daughter who's 25. The idea that whether they knew it was fentanyl or not, that they passed from one friend to another friend, I find it remarkably onerous that that person is going to be subject, with the exceptions, to a mandatory minimum. I think the word knowingly in there would make a big difference. So again, I appreciate the chair's efforts, but I just can't get there.
And I appreciate and respect your opinion. Further comments? Representative Muse.
So like my colleagues, I appreciate the effort that went into trying to document some of the things that would provide more discretion in a situation like this. One of the things that I do want to point out, though, is that currently our judges have a lot of discretion when it comes to how to sentence people for these crimes. You can be sentenced to up to 30 years in prison, for doing these things under our current law. What I have a problem with, perhaps more than anything else, and even more than mandatory minimums, is I think we're moving towards trial by legislature as opposed to trial involving judges and juries. there's a reason why we have judges in situations like this. And one of the things that I didn't hear in testimony was really any evidence that we have a lot of judges out there who are making bad decisions. We have a fairly large percentage of people incarcerated in our state prison already on drug offenses. What this would effectively do is add to incarceration costs and add to the number of people who are being incarcerated at a time when we're cutting the corrections budget, when we're cutting the budget for things like drug treatment and education programs in the prison, and where we're also considering making cuts to drug treatment provisions in general by shifting where some of the money in our alcohol fund goes. So, if you take all those things and you add them together, what I'm not seeing is how this amendment or how this bill actually makes anything any better. But what I am seeing is it is an opportunity for performative politics, because one of the easiest things for us as legislators to do is to increase penalties without really doing anything to impact the underlying causes of the problem. We had an opportunity to do that earlier this year with HB 226. That was the bill that would have legalized more ways for people who take these substances to find out if they might be taking something that might kill them. And the Senate decided to kill that. So we do have these opportunities. They come along, but I don't see how this bill would do much of anything other than add to our problems and to basically just simply put more people in jail longer. So I'll be opposing the amendment.
Thank you for sharing your opinion. Any further discussion? Representative Paquette.
I have a very opposite point of view as my colleague over here. I think in this particular instance, then having the mandatory minimum really gives a hard message. People are dying here because they're buying their fentanyl here and they're doing their fentanyl here. And, I think this is a clear message that you're not invited here. You're not invited here with this product that's killing our people. So I think in this particular instance that a mandatory minimum is absolutely appropriate.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, I will close by saying that prior to the last election, since politics was brought up, we both parties ran on different type of platforms. Ours was hard on crime and no longer tolerating fentanyl decimating our children. The House has said it, the Senate said it, the governor said it, and we are united. The three branches, well, not the two branches, although to be clear, I want to let you know, I ran this by the judicial branch, this to make sure that it was doable and it made sense. It would not catch people up who didn't necessarily belong to minimum mandatories, and I had judges who actually do the sentencing look at it, and they were fine. So we are in alignment. We have had enough funerals. We've had enough dead bodies, and if I put one person in jail who was going to kill another person with this poison, I will sleep better at night. And with that, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion on the floor is to adopt the amendment.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Prue?
Yes.
Representative Lascelles?
Yes.
Representative Devoyd?
Yes.
Representative DeSimone?
Yes.
Representative Paquette?
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschwinier?
Yes.
Representative Lynn?
Yes.
Representative Harry Gathright?
No.
Representative Muse?
No.
Representative Newman?
No.
Representative Murphy?
No.
The clerk votes no. Representative Newell?
No.
Representative Scheer?
No.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
9-7.
9-7, the motion carries. The amendment is adopted. The bill is open to further amendment. Representative Scheer, I recognize you to make a motion.
Thank you. I move to adopt Amendment 2025-2266H, as in hotel,
We need a
this-
second. Could somebody second? Representative Muse seconds. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I would, thank you. This amendment takes a very different approach. It's a replace all amendment, and the language, it does two things. It removes the mandatory minimums, and it increases the amount of possession to 30 grams rather than 20 grams, which I think is starting to get closer to an amount a dealer may have in possession rather than a user, which I think is important. It increases the maximum fine, term of imprisonment to 50 years from 30 years, and it has a significant fine. It also retains language that was in, I think, the original SB 14 about if a person charged cooperates with law enforcement, which results in an arrest or conviction, then they shall not be subject to the maximum prison a term of imprisonment of 50 years. And then it also adds, like the chair's amendment, it also adds the what we're loosely calling the magic mushroom provision. And I think I won't go any further than to say two things. One, this, my belief is mandatory minimums, well intended, just don't work. We've got 40 years of history about that. All it does is put people in jail and increase expenses, and it hasn't solved the drug problem. And number two, I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Representative Muse, would you like to speak to your second?
Just that I support Representative Scher's amendment because what it does is it gives judges additional discretion rather than taking discretion away from them.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion is to adopt amendment number 2266H, Hotel.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
No.
Representative Prue?
No, thank you.
Representative Lascelles?
No.
Representative Devoyd?
No.
Representative DeSimone?
Absolutely no.
Representative Paquette?
No.
Representative Saborn Deschrenier?
No, ma'am.
Representative Lynn?
No.
Representative Harriet Gathright?
Absolutely yes.
Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Newman?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Scheer?
Yes.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes no.
7-9.
7-9, motion fails. With that, the bill is open to further amendment. Are there any other amendments? Seeing no other amendments, I move ought to pass with amendment on SB 14FN.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. We've had enough discussion unless somebody feels like they need to add something else, I think. I think we're good, so we will go ahead and I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion is ought to pass with amendment.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Prue?
Yes.
Representative Lascelles?
Yes.
Representative Devoyd?
Yes.
Representative DeSimone?
Yes.
Representative Paquette?
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschrenier?
Yes.
Representative Lynn?
Yes.
Representative Harry Gathright?
No.
Representative Muse?
No.
Representative Newman?
No.
Representative Murphy?
No.
The clerk votes no. Representative Newell?
No.
Representative Scheer?
No.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
9-7.
9-7, motion carries, and with ought to pass. Reports on these, let me think, what is today? Today is Friday. I need these no later than Monday morning, okay? What, are you going to do this one? Okay. With that, I close the executive session. Okay. With that, I open the executive session on Senate Bill 151. And I recognize Representative Paquette to make a motion.
I motion that SB 151 ought to pass.
Second.
And seconded by Representative Prue. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Certainly. I think that ultimately this could use some improvement in the future, but I think it's a really good start. It's a problem, and this is a good solution to this problem.
Thank you. Representative Prue, would you like to speak to your second?
I agree. This is a good first step, but I think there's a lot more that we can do and should be doing, and that'll be for next year.
Thank you. Further discussion. I will just say that if I had the time, I would take up most of the suggestions that were offered by the testimony today. Given the short time we have in the calendar, I just don't have the ability to do it. But having said that, I am going to be sponsoring a piece of legislation in September that tunes this up, and I welcome anyone who's interested to join me in doing that, because we can do more and we will do more. So did you want to speak, Representative
I
Murphy?
did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too support this bill. I think we're all aware of incidences, we've seen them ourselves, of people taking advantage of parking places that they should not be in. And I agree, the bill needs a little bit more work. I'd be happy to co-sponsor that, but I will be voting in support.
Representative Muse.
Yeah, I'll also support the bill because I think it's a place to start. But one of the things that struck me in the testimony was the fact that states that that only focus on penalties are only seeing maybe a 12% reduction in these cases, and states that are taking a broader view when it actually comes to how these laws are enforced are achieving much better results. And I think I'm all about achieving better results, not necessarily all about increasing penalties, but I'm always about trying to do things that will improve our results.
Thank you. Representative Scheer.
I too am going to support the bill very reluctantly because I think it needs a significant tune-up. I really caution us all, being a police commissioner in Portsmouth and periodically hearing about these problems, it is really, really difficult to pass legislation that will make the police respond faster to violations like this. It's not that they don't want to, it's just a really, for example, in a town like Portsmouth, I mean, we have 2 Walmarts within 2 miles of each other, and other big box store, a lot of big box stores, and to try and craft legislation to get the police to respond quicker is just not going to work. But I support a lot of what was said today. I look forward to amendments, I look forward to future legislation that will improve this.
And I agree, and I think that we need to look at, in the next piece of legislation, force multipliers for the police. For example, if your vehicle is photographed by the business parked where you shouldn't be, you might be able to issue a citation. So we can use technology and other things to multiply the police, but that's something for another day. Further discussion on today's? Seeing none, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion is to pass.
Representative Prue?
Yes.
Representative Lascelles?
Yes.
Representative DeVoid?
Yes.
Representative DeSimone?
Yes.
Representative Paquette?
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschrenier?
Yes.
Representative Lynn?
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright?
Yes.
Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Newman?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Scheer?
Yes.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
15-0.
15-0, motion carries out to pass. Any objection to consent? You object to consent? No, I don't. Oh, okay. So it'll go on consent. With that, I close the executive session. Go ahead.
I have an amendment. Brad said he was going to bring it down to SB 263. If we could do 266 first, I'll go upstairs and pick it up.
Sure, that's fine.
You're gonna be here to vote. Okay. He's gonna run. Yeah, right.
We're going to take a 5-minute break while he comes back. You're welcome.
He can't run. He's got one of those. He can't run. He's got one of those stickers.
Walter, in case I gotta get those paddles off.
Yeah, right.
5 minutes, don't go anywhere.
I'm not running anywhere. No. I'm sure as hell not running. I do walk playing golf though.
Vote for 151. I guess I could have asked that.
No, no, not today. Sunday. I don't play in the rain unless I'm in a tournament I can't get out of.
So what do we do? What are we waiting for?
Make sure you get your notes. Linda says you're right.
Did you guys decide? Did you guys decide? Did you?
I'm opening the executive session on Senate Bill 266 relative to actions through a responsive, generative, as long as you're here before I call the vote, communication of a child relative to the safety and accountability of drivers over 18 years old. Where's my list? And I recognize Representative Prue to make a motion.
I move ought to pass.
You can have it.
Seconded by Representative Harriet Gathright. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Prue?
Yes, I would. So I think this is a pretty good bill. I know there's some minimums in there, but I think for the age group that we're looking at, I think we need to make an impression on them, and they're not huge minimums, right? First offense, 20 days to 40 days. Second offense, 45 days to 90 days. Third, a minimum of 90, not more than 180, right? And on the third offense, you have to complete an approved in-person driving program. So we're throwing some education. I think I would have liked to seen the education on the first offense, right? Let them get educated before they do it 2 more times. But maybe that's something we can fix later. I know we're kind of tight on time. And if they get caught at 30 miles an hour over the speed limit, then they get 90 days and an in-person driver attitude program. And if they finish that program, they get 60 days off their sentence. So I think this is a pretty reasonable bill. You know, I get to see a lot of, in my job as a firefighter EMT, I see a lot of kids doing stupid things that pay a pretty hefty price sometimes. Sometimes they get away with just a dent on mom's car, but other times they get pretty dented up and banged up, and sometimes for life or death. So I think if we can make an impression that, hey, you don't have the skills, you need to slow down, or else you're going to be walking for a while. I think that's really important.
Thank you. Representative Hare Gathright, would you like to speak to your second?
Actually, just have a comment. I really like the bill. I remember when we had this earlier, and there was no training or anything for the young people, and he did take Muse's advice. So I do like that piece. But when I first read the bill, if you look at the first page, it talks about 18 years of age. And so it was interesting to find that it's actually up to 21 or up to your 21st birthday. So I like that even better.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Muse.
Yeah, I like the idea that we actually added an educational component in addition to just changing the penalties. Officer Storm and I have had a lot of conversations offline about the value of actually doing more to try to get at root causes of issues rather than simply increasing penalties. So the fact that we're actually, adding an educational component in addition to the penalties is progress, and I hope it's a model we can continue to use in other areas.
Thank you. Representative Lascelles.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in support of the bill and will be voting for it. The only comment that I would make is I read the bill, it seems like there's an emphasis on speeding. And I submit to you that today speeding obviously is a problem, but inattention. My wife and I live in a house that's fairly close to a well-traveled road that's like 40, 45 mile per hour. And we could sit on our porch and look down. We get a good view right down into where people are sitting. And typically, I would say between 20 and 30% of the young people that go by are driving like this. They're online, doing whatever they're doing on their cell phone. So statistics show that inattendance is a really big problem, and I wish we could somehow incorporate more of that rather than just the speeding element.
Thank you. And I appreciate your input, and I agree that that is a big problem that needs to be dealt with. Further discussion? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion is ought to pass.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Prue?
Yes.
Representative Lascelles?
Yes.
Representative Devoid?
Yes.
Representative DeSimone?
Yes.
Representative Paquette?
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschrenier?
Yes.
Representative Lynn?
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright?
Yes.
Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Newman?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Scheer?
Yes.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
15-0.
Any objection to consent? Seeing none, it will go on consent. And I hereby close the executive session on House Bill 266. I open the executive session on House Bill 263 and recognize Representative Scher to make a motion.
To adopt the distributed amendment to SB 263.
Need a second.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Murray. Would you like to speak to to your motion?
This incorporates the definition of, This incorporates a definition of responsive, open-ended, generative communication, which I think would really make the statute, which I like the idea behind, much clearer. It's a definition that I pulled off the internet from what appeared to be an industry source. One witness who testified, whose name I can't remember, Barbara Patch, excuse me. She thought it was a good, strong definition, and I think, as I said when I asked her the question, as a nerd lawyer, law professor, I think it's really dangerous with wading in a new area, a new statutory area to it's important to have specific definitions that people can be held accountable for.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your second, Representative Murray?
I'm okay. Thank you.
Any discussion? I would just say that I appreciate the sponsor's intent. I have concerns because of the broadness of the areas we're dealing with and the rapidity with which it's changing. Creating a definitive definition so tight that we may inadvertently create loopholes that will prevent prosecution. So I'm concerned about that. So I can't support the amendment. With that, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion is to adopt amendment number 2402 Hotel.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
No.
Representative Prue?
No.
Representative Lascelles?
No.
Representative Devoyd?
No.
Representative DeSimone?
No.
Representative Paquette?
No.
Representative Saborn Deschrenier?
No.
Representative Lynn?
No.
Representative Harry Gathright?
Yes.
Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Newman?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Scheer?
Yes.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes no.
7-9.
7-9, the motion fails. It will go though to the floor with, just the amendment. With that, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the underlying bill. Oh yeah, I should probably get a motion, huh? Representative Saborn Deschrenier, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, Chairman Roy, I would like to motion ought to pass.
Seconded by Representative Rowe. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, sir. We had a good hearing earlier today. We heard lots of, I have to say, surprising and shocking communication regarding artificial intelligence. I believe that there is a sense of urgency on the matter that should be acted upon. And I do know there's a floor amendment in place that's to be considered for later. This is a good start.
Thank you. Representative Rowe, would you like to speak to your second?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just like to echo what my colleague said. I do think we heard some good testimony. Not that I necessarily agree with everything that is written or how, but I think that something needs to be done. And I trust the extensive work that was done by the Judiciary Committee. So we'll see what happens next.
Thank you. Further discussion. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish that somebody from the AG's office was here because I had some questions myself regarding, because I'm concerned that it might actually exclude some people that we might want to be catching with this. And specifically around line 8 and 9 on page 1, where it says if the owner or operator knows at the time that they direct the communication of the child, and goes on, and then it says, or recommend that the child imminently engage in. So, I feel like, how many hours is imminently? So if you don't take whatever action in 2 hours, then this is all. So I would like to see it, some work done, because I think it's a great idea. I really support it, and I'm grateful for the information that was provided us today. But I think this too needs work, and I will still support it, but hope that that's going to happen. Thank you.
Yeah, I it seems of late we get a lot of fixer-uppers over here. But okay. In any event, I agree. This is a broad area of our. Let's be honest. It's a huge area of our society that it's getting its fingers into everything we do, from our microwave ovens to our telephones to everything is being connected by AI, and we need to get ahead of it, and we're already really, really late to the game. So I think extensive work needs to be done in this area. Unfortunately, once again, we're under the time crunch, and this is what we have. So unless there's further discussion, Representative Newell.
I guess just one comment because I'm going to support it anyway. But one of the concerns, I agree. I think afterwards, like, where was somebody from the AG's office? Really wish we could have spoken to somebody about it. But I appreciate the idea of the curing period here, which is to provide notice, let them know, give the opportunity to make some changes, especially if it's something that they weren't aware of. It's coming out through the algorithm in a way that they didn't necessarily intend it to, right? And giving that opportunity, but it doesn't break it down into first offense, second offense, or anything like that, right? So if this is something that is repeatedly happening, I think that would be more indicative of something that's further than just a little tweak that they could make in the 90-day period or something like that if they're made aware of it. So just comment on that.
Yeah, it's got so many complexities. What if they're based in another country? What if they're, what if? I would encourage any members that would like to contact the AG's office on their own. And we do have a vehicle called the floor amendment that if you think you can fix it up, go ahead. Representative Gathright.
Thank you for that, because that's exactly what I plan to do. I had grave concerns in line 13 through 21. And they actually speak for themselves. I was just a little surprised when this started off being a private action bill that became Attorney General's bill. So I do have some concerns about this. So for that said, I'm going to be voting against this.
Representative Muse.
I do think that this is an area that's really worthy of legislation. My concern with the bill is I just don't know how much it will do to actually solve the problem. We are talking in many cases about companies with billion-dollar capitalizations. We're also asking our Attorney General's office to chase $1,000 individual violations. Given the fact that everybody's under budget pressure and resources are under pressure, I just wonder how much time there really is to do something like that. The other thing is removal of the private action clause, as Representative Harriet Gathright goes to. What it does is it removes another way to make these companies accountable for having these types of chatbots. So one of the things we're actually here to do in criminal justice isn't necessarily to review every aspect of the policy, but it's to review the penalty and to kind of weigh in on whether or not we think the penalty will actually have the desired effect. I'm not sure that it will. And if you add on top of that the degree of uncertainty right now with the bill that's currently working its way through Congress that would actually make it illegal for us to enact a bill like this, it just seems like there's enough uncertainty where we just may want to put the brakes on this thing. And one thing I would suggest to the chair is we could do that by tabling the bill in the House and bringing back a version next year that actually tries to address all of the different things and issues we've raised here, and I would be happy to collaborate with anybody on a bill like that.
Thank you. Representative Scher.
I'm essentially in the same place that Representative Muse is. I think this bill is it's really important, and we need to deal with this. But it's always the case in areas of new legislation, a field not dealt with at all, that we need to take a little more time to get the language right. And so I would very much support, tabling this or retaining it or whatever, and working on it working on it next fall, so we can really drill down and get it right.
Thank you. Seeing nothing further, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion on the floor is ought to pass.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Prue,
Yes.
Representative Lascelles,
Yes.
Representative Devoyd,
Yes.
Representative DeSimone,
Yes.
Representative Paquette,
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschrenier,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright,
No.
Representative Muse,
No.
Representative Newman,
No.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Shear,
No.
Chairman Roy,
Chair votes yes.
12-4.
12-4. Motion carries. And I'm just going to recap it with reports, please, by Monday at noon, the latest. If I don't have a report and you're on the minority, it'll go without a report. And if it's on the majority, I'll be writing your report, and you might not like the way I do it. With that being said, I close the executive session, and this may be the last time we meet, so it's been a pleasure again working with you all, and I look forward to seeing you in the fall.
I'm just happy that I'm an old guy and hopefully won't have to deal with all this business.
Hope you're not saying you're not going to be back in the fall.
No, not this fall. I'm not that old. I'm not as old as Ray. It's true. I was born in 1948. I'm in my 9th decade on this earth. I'm in the twilight of my life.
I didn't know you were such a puppy. Excuse me? I didn't know you were such a puppy.
Well, good news is I have seniority. And views for that.
I don't, Buzz?